That is a very valid question. Voodoo. Am I ready? I hope so. I really do hope so. That is my plan is to be ready. So one can only hope, right? Right? I have my audio on? Yeah, okay, that's good. Hi guys. Athena, I'm not opening up and closing the door for you. You're going to want in and out and in and out. If I let you out, you're not coming back in. He has a meeting. I can't just let you out. Well, I could. Okay, fine. I can't even hold my own words against her. This is why we just need a little kitty cat door in my studio door, so she can just come in and out as often as she wants, and I don't have to keep trying to adhere to her. I have no idea. Is this one? Nope, that was going in the wrong spot, so we'll just put that back there. There we go. Okay, so a little bit of a change of working on plan. I realize like everything seems really, really dark. Nope, don't want to change the saturation. There we go. Okay, so this is a giant purple worm named Gorma that I airbrushed the majority of the purple on. The camera really doesn't know how to display purple, so this is the closest I was able to get to it displaying it to be purple instead of, you know, bright blue. But this is his base that I glued it down on just because he's pretty top heavy. So I wanted to make sure that he had a base that would actually like support him on there. So I actually haven't really haven't done anything in terms of the ground surface, though I do need to like throw in some like dirt and pebbles and things like that in and around here, but I haven't really done that. All system go. Is Maha fueled? Coffee, caffeine of choice? Yes. I have my coffee, actually this time. Coffee in my little coffee Maha mug. I love my little mug. And I have some water, so all systems are go. This is a nerdy painter? No! Well, yes, nerdy painter. Only Mahoon! Yay, me! So yeah, we are going to be working on big, giant Gorma. So yesterday I was out, and I'm sorry, I was dead, but I think I have this sealed now, because I don't have my hot glue gun around me anymore because I gave it to somebody else to use. So I think I have it sealed. I'm gonna have to like test with water to see if like, well, I guess I could try that now, right? Like just put water around the edges and see if it goes through at all. I don't think it does. I think all systems are go for this. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, this morning I wasn't feeling very good, and I was kind of worried that I was going to have to like also again say like sorry, bye. But through just relaxing, and I snoozed a bit with both my cats, and yeah, they made me feel better. We're all good. We are all good. So I am going to bring out the purple from Procryl and the Eldandil Violet, which I think might be up in here. Yeah. Sorry, Arcana. Kitty therapy, yeah. Kitty therapy is best therapy. Sorry, my glasses are like smudgy. Do I actually have my cloth down here? I should have a cloth down here. I just don't know where the cloth is. I'm very ADD today. Hi, how are you? But yeah, so yeah, I started feeling better. It was hailing here earlier. paling, which is super cool. I love it. There we go. Mostly can see now. Excellent. So we'll just get rid of that hair. That boop. I know, I love that boop. I love that emote so very much. So we're going to need to throw in, because the opposite of purple is yellowy orange, yellow pretty much, but yellow's pretty light. So we're just going to go with like a light brown, yellowy tone. Man, they like to separate. Even after mixing it up, it still like separates, so fun, fun Procryl. And of course we're going to bring out our Eldendil Violet because I love it. It's one of the purple colors that we used in Arcana. Somewhere. It is a really nice purple. So I'm gonna actually use the Procryl Orange since it's so freaking orange, like a dark tan color? No. So shadows of all my miniatures as of late have been through the use of opposite or near opposite coloring. But when your opposite color is a light one, it makes it a little bit challenging. So I will now try to do something near approximate, close to that. So we have an orange that we're going to be mixing into the purple, or even just into the blue, like, because I have this blue here that I don't really like, got pretty liquidy. So we're going to use that with the orange and then throw a bit of this purple in here to make this really icky shadow color. And it's really quite perfect to make all your shadows. Just to make it a little bit more legit. But of course it is a lot lighter than everything else, but it just creates a great base underneath it. It'll just create a better shadow. But right now it's really watery. But that'll be fine. So yeah, how is everyone doing? I'm so glad my head's doing better. I was not able to go to the gym today, but or like this morning, just because I was still feeling really dizzy. But I plan on going right after stream, so it'll still be good. I can still do my gym stuff. So yeah, I was saying I airbrushed this purple on. It's really the first time I've ever successfully airbrushed color onto a model without it becoming like super dry tip. So that was like pretty awesome in and amongst itself. Come on, Blue, get in there. Because what I'm doing now basically is mixing two opposite colors, but they're kind of like to the side of the purple. Blue and orange being mixed together to create this. And having a little bit of variance in their shadows is, you know, I talk about it a lot. Variance is good. It's a little bit similar, but like we're getting like just different, like I'm getting like a greeny tone in here and a bluey tone, but then when I start building up like the purple, it will be good. This guy's basically just going to be used on the table, and my husband has also requested that it's like kind of like in a swampy situation, so like after I build up the purple, I get to like add like, I'm probably gonna add like something similar to Nurgle's Rot. Plus some of my other technical paints I have to create like a swampy grunge going around on this worm. Maybe like get some like wet mud on him. Reflect perfect colors at all times. I know, right? Imagine that. It also removes a lot of the stress that I know a lot of people have for mixing, because many people I know can't just mix to the exact color that they had mixed prior. Like, and that's fine. It's a skill that takes a long time to develop if it's not coming to you naturally. So allowing yourself to have that little bit of variance removes that strain. Yeah, we had a little bit of a tear there with the paint. That's okay though. How are you guys doing? Doing anything fun? Anything fun planned for this weekend? I know in the States it's a holiday on Monday, so it's a long weekend. I'll still be streaming Monday, just in case you guys are wondering. Hair. And today I just didn't really feel like, just because my head has been really wibbly the past few days. Hello, Weather Storm. Hi, Vox Explosion. How are you doing? But yeah, because my head's been a little bit wibbly, I really didn't want to like focus on something that was super small or like a tiny miniature, even though I just started a tiny miniature and I was like, ah, yay, tiny miniatures. No tiny miniatures. And instead, big guy that I can just basically scrummaging around and play with. So like even if I just left him as this giant purple blob, it would have been fine for the table, and just like colored in his spines and things like that, which we still need to do. But you brush primed your first mini. The Vallejo primer. Nice! Very nice. How was it? And now this side is getting this browny orangey color. That's okay. Kind of like, I like having like it fading across like the set of him. Like on this side's a little bit more greeny, and then it gets to like this orangey color that I'm just building up like right here. Hey SSP, how are you doing? How was your day? How was yesterday? Right now we're just building up the shadows. Or like just like really just like putting a different color right into the shadows, so that when we go over it later, it'll appear deeper just by having that opposite color in there. Because every shade that we've been putting in here has been some mix of an orange and blue and purple, so Like, it can't be that we both like the same person. I know, right? Told not to work and instead hang out and eat food and enjoy. Awesome! Well, that is always a good day. Then make yourself another one. Alright, I need to paint it. So I'll have that in there, and then so this last spiny bits. So we're gonna paint his the spines and belly after we do the purple. You are in fact following me around. Plot twist! I never saw it coming. Okay, and then there's that. And there's this, and then there's this fold in here, and there. Okay, so shadows have been implemented, though not really on like the face. If you can classify this having a face. I'm not facist. I don't have anything against his face. I still need to paint on the inside there to make that purple. Never saw it coming. Yeah, did anyone ever watch, like, Tremors, the movie? It was, like, one of the few movies that played on my 2.5 channels growing up. So now what we're doing is essentially, like, I'm not going all the way back in. All the way back in still has that purple. Or it has the other colors. I know, it just, when I see these purple worms, all I can think of is Tremors. So we're going mostly back, but in a lot of these cases, we're just going to leave these other colors in that shadow just to give that like the natural shadow a little bit more casted variance. I know. It was that one and Waterworld. Those both played on my TV, and I like those. They were good. So we're just going to. I hear that they're going to be like remaking Waterworld. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not like, you know, the most amazing piece of fiction, but it was definitely. I definitely really enjoyed it as a child. Now that has a good undertoning to it. Which is quickly throwing it on over top of that, just to create a little bit better of a transition between that color and the purple scales. Oh, more models. Good job, bot. Maha spends hers on paint. And paintbrushes. I'm being really mean to this one. Oh wow, Tiny Tusk. Scale 75, ho! I'm not saying you're a scale 75, ho. I'm just saying, hooray, scale 75. Which is one of the colors I'm actually using right now. This is from the Fantasy and Games line. This purple is just super, super rich. I'm going to try to avoid using any of the super matte ones, just because this is not really a matte creature. There we go. So we still have some of that color in there, and it just kind of shows through. Yeah, 50%. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be a scale 25. Oh, exactly. I'm glad you guys. I'm glad you understand. You guys get me. Nor do you guys seem to really hate me when I put my foot in mouth. So last night was, or yesterday was Valentine's Day, which is, I don't know, I hope you guys had a good day for that, or at least, you know, as best as it can be. My husband and I did our tradition of playing WWE. And then we ended up, because we couldn't figure out how to win a table match in the video game, we ended up watching it. Just because we're like, what is a table match? Or quote you, yeah, I know. But at least you guys don't hate me. But like, I'm really happy with like the color that's going into this. Like, it's not just purple now, and it's just really quick. Throwing in some extra colors. And just throw that in there. But yeah, so my husband came home last night though. Like I was still pretty dead when he came home. And he came through the door like with a rose in his mouth and cupcakes to bear. Just like, husband. My schedule's open at the moment. I have a potential 1 or 2, but that's in that still hasn't been signed up for yet, so I'm pretty open. They're still waiting on the miniatures to arrive in for me to work on them. Yeah, it does. It's just such a cutie. And then we proceeded to beat the shit out of each other in WWE. It was really funny because he plays Vince McMahon and I play Andre the Giant just because it's really funny just watching it. Aww. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm not really a big person on it, but my husband's really cute and is such a sweetheart. Aww. Chocolate covered strawberries, right? I saw that. Did I just do that streak? No, I didn't. Okay, so we're just... I know. Yeah, they will have. I'm really looking forward to those. Beautiful, beautiful things. But yeah, with Arcana essentially done, Dragon Bust essentially done, now it's just a lot of just like, well, what do I do now? I guess I start working through my collection. And I don't know, this guy's just been sitting there, not for a while. He's actually one of my newer, actually the first purchase of a miniature non-creature caster in a very long time. And I just want to get him painted up because my husband was so happy to find a giant worm. And I know he is going to use it in our next D&D session when he starts DMing again. So just get him good and done. I know! Oh my god, Tiny Tusk! I wanted to get them, but money. Yeah, I couldn't get them. That's so sad. Yeah, no, it made me cry. I showed my husband and he's like, yeah, no, they're nice. And I'm like, damn it. Because we've kind of like talked about like unnecessary spending we need to cut down on just for a little bit. So I'm just, and it's not like I don't have enough to paint already, but those were, darn, those things were beautiful. I'm excited, Box. I'll take a look after I'm done here. And then I'll get back to you. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going over the big one most likely, yeah. Funny enough, like in all of they have Brain Eater Azure, but that's like out of all the colors that come with the Scale 75 fantasy and games, there's only one actual purple. But the good thing, you can mix purples. I'm just wondering if I have one that I feel like using outside of this, and that is a no. So, okay. Beautiful fun. Oh, yay! I'm excited. Durgans. Ah, okay. No. wanting to be all like not exactly wanting to it just seems like really like too pinky. I almost feel like he should go like into the red, into red purple instead of like pinky coloring here. So Tiny Tusk, let me just bring out this guy. This is, like, her coloring is really off right now just because I'm trying to just make it so that the blue doesn't get super crazy on, so that the purple shows up on the model. But this is, as you can tell, like, the coloring on her is, like, really weird right now, but she's a beautiful, beautiful character. Like, look at that. Yeah. This is the Kingdom Death model. Yeah, so like she's Kingdom Death. So yeah, they are pretty good quality for they are brittle-ish. Oh wow, it really like calms down though. Like here, just like, so the answer is yes. Yes, they are. They are brittle, but they're not like crazy brittle like Raging Heroes. But they are beautiful. Some of them are resin, yes. If you get some of them are remade in plastic, which are still also in really good quality, so really decent look. So well, it's kind of hard to compare something so small compared to something as big as Creature Caster. Creature Caster is obviously a lot more stable, but that's also because of their sizes. Detail-wise, if you took a Creature Caster and shrunk it down, I'm pretty sure you would get down to the level of Kingdom Death, just because the amount of detailing that they are able to create on such small figures is a little intimidating, but really, really wonderful. I've had more casting issues with Kingdom Death than I have with Creature Caster, but they do have excellent customer service with sending out replacements, so they're both great that way. Hey Rob Rocop, how are you doing? But I've never seen Creature Caster do something as super thin and spindly as some of the pieces of Kingdom Death. So they're definitely worth taking a look at. I wouldn't, go crazy on them if you don't play the game. I went a bit crazy on them just because they're really, really pretty. But I'm probably going to be painting them up and then selling them just because, well, I have no real use for them. Except for like a few of them, which I just find are like extraordinarily beautiful, like the Bard and yeah, I would love to play the game. It has a heavy buy-in, and so it's kind of like it's hard to convince myself to really buy the game. But Shoshi's played it, And so has Wintertide Wolf Studios. So if you're interested in how the game actually is, those two would be both really good people to ask. I love it because like they have some really nice poses and they have some, like it's very fluid how some of these characters stand and it's very natural. Yeah, the Flower Knight. I love the Flower Knight. The Flower Knight I would love to paint. He is so pretty. Hi Ash, how are you? Working on the worm. Yeah, T-Bone. After having 2 days of headaches, I decided that I really did not want to stare at a super tiny model. And I wanted to work on something a little bit easier for me to focus on. I don't have to be like right in on it to see the details. Shoshi just like Monday, I think, was building. She built the Sunderman and the dung beetle knight. So we're getting like, so we have some of the coloring going on in here. It's very worn out right now just because I tried to not make it look like I'm painting in blue for saying I'm doing a purple worm. Although I need to be up super early to pick her up from London, so I can't be here long. That's okay. Yeah, no, I totally understand, guys. I'm just happy to see you guys at least a little bit next my hotbar. And this guy's just going like, I'm not trying to be like super duper detailed on him. I'll go detailed enough for my liking, but he's kind of a quicker project for my husband's D&D table. Ugh, that just doesn't seem right. Okay, some of these didn't seem like it got very much on it. This is like completely separate. Alright, there we go. Have to remember, I always seem to forget that the colors of Pro Acryl when wet are not the exact colors that they are when they dry. It's the first time of me really having to deal with paint like that for quite a long time, actually. But like this purple dries just darker than what it looks like when it gets applied. Black tea calf coffee right now. Oh no! Ash, don't destroy your stomach, man. We could go like ultra pink on this guy and like have the lines done or like the tips done with the super pink, the pinkest pink. So we're just getting this in here because this is still going to be like, this is like moderately dark here, so I'm just kind of like smidging in a little bit of tonal differences, but nothing too crazy on those ones up there. Hi, what's up? Almost have. Why am I painting a giant foot? Because it's gonna eat your face. Cause nom 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 nom. Oh, it's okay, T-Bone. You go get some sleep, alright? Take care. I'd rather you have, like, good sleep than, you know, than hang out here. As much as I like having you around, I also like you to be, you know, not dead. Yeah. Oh, sandworms from Beetlejuice. It's technically a giant purple worm from the D&D universe, but yeah, we can go with that one as well. My husband was super excited to see a large version of the worm model because he really loves purple worms. And, you know, I've been painting a lot for myself recently for, like, competitions and just in general creature casters and stuff like that. And I thought it would be good, even though this is one of my newer models purchased, it'd be good to get him painted for my husband. But, like, the models that we've had from Reaper before for the worms have been really tiny. Like, the ones that I've painted before have been about this big. And due to their casting, they all were slightly in different poses because they were just casted, like, they just settled in a different pose. And it's actually fine because it gave them all a little bit of variance, but their faces were kind of boring and the teeth were kind of hard to pick out. It was an old cast from Reaper. So seeing this guy, I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, nice to work on different types of scales as well. How are you doing today, Almost Dad? How's your week been? I'm really impressed with, like, the newer casts from Reaper. Ah, Redhead! Hi! Hi! How are you? How are you surviving the weather? This one, then right here. It stopped snowing. Yay! It was hailing here earlier today. So that was pretty crazy. And husband's working from home today just because like it's been raining all week, and yesterday had some trees collapse on cars. There was a mudslide on Wednesday, so he just decided like, yeah, no, let's just, since it's gonna just keep raining, that he's just gonna work from home. Oh, did the whisper not work? And he bought me cupcakes, so I had like a red velvet cupcake. And even though he knows I'm working really hard to lose weight, but he's just like, but it's still Valentine's Day, so we'll just have the chocolate last longer. Cream cheese frosting, yeah. Yeah, it does. The red velvet had cream cheese icing. It's fan-fucking-tastic. So some of these top ones, because this is like right where the light's going to be coming in. I'm just curmudgeon that in. Yeah, I know. I'd be upset about the food talk. Well, it's good that you ordered food then. 'Cause cupcakes. And I made I did cod fillets with a bed of rice with a cherry tomato and prosciutto, I think it is, sauce. It's actually one of the few from the keto, when I was still doing keto, that I just really, really liked. And like fresh basil put on it. It's really yummy. Oh, you're getting sushi, nice. I'm sorry, but ugh, I hate beets so much. Oh my god, I hate beets. My mom loved them, but ugh. It might taste good now. It's really hard for me to like bring myself to try some beets. But nom 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 sushi. That's interesting. And yeah, that's just... These poor brushes just getting demolished. That's okay. Teriyaki beef and cucumber sushi? That just seems weird, but that's just because I'm used to just sushi being fish, not having anything to do with like beef or chicken. I know that those are like in a lot of restaurants and stuff like that. Not saying it can't be, it's just I've never seen it in any kind of sushi restaurants I've been in. Alright, so we're just gonna lay you down on your side there. And we're gonna bring out sky blue. I'm gonna bring that into the and make it a little lighter. Without it actually being like, this might be a bit too light. No, I'm happy with that. It's not super desaturated as the camera is showing it. Because I can never get, the C920 is pretty well known for the fact that it doesn't know how to render purples properly. So it's really hard to work on something that's purely purple. But it's turning out to still like dry a bit more blue than I want it to, so we're gonna throw a bit more red into this. Yeah, there we go. Now the question is do I want to have that blue underneath that pinky color? Hey, Vandus! Gross bug, gross bug! Ah, demon! I regret everything! I know, it says she's supposed to stream Friday, and yeah, and she normally does. I even messaged her earlier because normally she streams and I would be streaming after her. But I don't think she ever... Yeah, she didn't even respond to my message. Oh, she's away today helping a friend out. Okay. Yeah, where did you see that? I'm guessing her in Facebook. That's fine. Because I looked in things like I would think of, like, you know, the Triptych, Discord. Though I should know better because Shoshi really does not like using Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I pay the big bucks. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah. I zone out. And she understands. She knows my mental state is very similar to hers, and I zone out from a lot of things. So if I don't catch it, or even if I mentioned it one time, and one person at least understood me, but my brain, I heard them, but my brain decided to not listen. I know that they were talking to me, and I acknowledge that they're talking to me, but my brain won't register what they're saying to me, and it'll just cancel it all out. And that's a very typical thing for ADD brains. And I've had a few people understand that, and other people being like, what are you talking about? How can you choose not to, hear? It's just it just happens. I'm sorry. It really doesn't look like I'm doing very much right now. This is because I'm applying really, really thin coloring over top of a really dark base. And it's not something I'm ever malicious about. I'm never intentionally ignoring someone. Just my brain will be elsewhere sometimes, and so saws. Need a bit more red than that. There we go. All right, T-Bone. I thought you were already in bed. Go to bed. Go to bed, T-Bone. Shoo! Be gone with you. Aww. Well, I hope everything gets better, Ash. Back from the shadow. Woo! Vandus. Vandus is saying stuff from the shadow realm. This is going to be like right here, so. I know, but I'm here. We're all here. I feel like I'm gone a bit too desaturated with it. Hammer down. All right. That looks a little bit better. A little less grayed out. That's kind of where it was drying to look like, even though it was a red and a blue, it was ending up to dry looking gray, and I'm not pleased with that. And that's one thing I'm going to have to think about with Procryl is mixing it, because I can't guarantee how it will dry. Well, we try to be there. I'm pretty sure a vast majority of us do know that. A lot of people appreciate us and find us a helpful community. And I really do feel like the Twitch creative, especially like the miniature area, is very much like a very close-knit community. Don't forget to give some to your fuzzy overlord. The kitty always appreciates the sush. I think so too. It's really helped me as well, like just being a part of it and streaming in it. It's just been very good for me mentally. It's like one of the things that my therapist thinks is like the best things that could have happened. Even though at first she was very, very unsure about how I would do on Twitch. But she now is of the opinion that it was the best thing that I could have ever done. Oh, well, she's calmed down a lot, Vandus. She definitely appreciates all the little kitty nooks that we've given and that we've provided her. She uses them a lot. Our other cat even uses them. And her tail is getting better. It's still bald in one location, but the rest of her hair on the tail is growing back. So I can only consider that to be an improvement. She seems a lot more relaxed. So definitely very much thanks for that. We went back, thanks for all your advice. We stopped trying to mess with the food and she stopped getting sick. So we're like, yeah, whatever. No more of that. No more trying to mess with her food to rule that out. Because it was just stressing her out even more. How much of a hoe should I be? Oh, the hoest of hoes. If you're gonna go hoe for scale 75, you may as well go massive hoe. Cause scale is life, and scale is love. I honestly feel because this company is, you know, it's established, you know that they have a really good high quality brand. Even if it is a Kickstarter, this paint has been, they've been in the process of using this paint for a while. And it's good quality, and I've only ever heard good things from it, except for the complainers who just want to complain. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was calculating as well, like. And you know, you're just saving money. You're getting paint and you're saving money, right? Ah, yeah, the box. How much do you like having each paint type being in like having its own container and stuff, like organization? Are you going to use it? Shh. Paint always gets used one way or another. If anything, I'll go back to effing canvas painting. I would say the boxes only really matters if you care about having, or if you're, for one, if you're going to be traveling with it. Traveling helps. Two, if you don't really have a good place to store it, and if you like having things stored like together like that. Like I have the metal trays for my regular scale paints just because I prefer, I like having them all together. Helps me just keep them organized. But if you're the type that doesn't really like to keep them exactly in the same order and you'd rather have them in like just in a drawer, then maybe the box isn't for you, right? That's how deep. Never go full core. Yeah, I don't really care about the plastic palette. The thinner is interesting. I'm curious on just how their thinner is in general. But it's not necessary. Like, they're not a needed thing per se. Yeah, and like deepening in those shadows. Yeah, no, the movie, like, the scientific premise behind the movie, just no. But outside of that, yeah, I like the movie. Where did I put it? I don't know. Is it in here somewhere? All I'm getting is like the reflections off the light onto my glasses. I'm trying to find my pinkest of pink paints. How did I lose the pinkest of pinks? I'm not going to put the pinkest of pinks on him. But I did just realize I could put the pinkest of pinks onto my brother's miniature. I'm going to so do that. So yeah, I'm just going to end up actually putting... Fine. Lay down. Yeah, just do it! I can't find my Pinkest of Pinks bottle, though. I think I brought it out to keep shaking it because it just... I'm trying to get its pigment to be a lot smoother and less grainy. No. Is Gus finished? No, because I've now started to apply the Pinkest of Pink onto it. Like, it's... the camera really does not know what to do with it. But no, Gus is not finished because I actually don't really have a good excuse. So if I put that pink down and then put this purple over top of it, it gives the purple a little bit richer. So maybe if I just mix this pink with that purple. No, that pink is still very overpowering no matter what. But I like that at the tips there. Like after I got the little bit of a purple, it has a good transition. So we're just going to do the tips in this pink. Oh, ruined it. Still unpainted, yeah. This is actually my most recent purchase. Even though I've kind of sworn off buying miniatures, my husband saw this and really wanted it. So, and due to store credit, we got a good chunk of its cost taken down. Yep, this is the Bones version. I didn't know they did a metal version of him. Okay, yeah, I did not... I believe he's from Bones 3, and I didn't back Bones 3. I was not part of the miniature community, really, around that time. When Bones 4 was in Kickstarter was when we were starting to really look into that kind of stuff, and so we backed Bones 4, so whenever that actually gets shipped out, very scared of that. But yeah, so my husband really likes the purple worms in D&D, so broke my rule for him to buy a miniature. And the coloring is really off on him right now, just on the camera. I try to make it look like I'm not painting in blue, so he looks a little faded. But at least you guys get an idea of the color, the proper color that I'm using with it. Just this type of camera is notoriously known for not rendering purple properly. So I got it as best as I could. But how did you find Bones? Like the Kickstarter Bones 3? I have no idea really what to expect when my Bones 4 arrives. Oh yeah, they are seriously badass. So it makes sense. Like, I saw this model and like I knew my husband would want it. I'm also trying to paint it so it doesn't look like it's a pink worm or a blue worm. Trying to make sure that it does still like scream out purple with, you know. I'm sure it would have been fine if I just left it at its pure purple state. And just added in the bone spikes, but this is me we're talking about here. Oh, nice, ruined. Yeah, there's a few. I don't think there's a worm from the D&D Collector series, but I definitely have wanted to paint their Lich Dragon, the Undead Blue. But before I work on the zombie dragon from Creature Caster, I should really finish Caladrax. Oh, and I can actually now because I can actually take off my creature casters that are on the Lazy Susan, put them on the shelving unit that I now have. So I can have the Lazy Susan so I can then paint Caladarax. Because he's big. And he's like fully attached too because, yeah. I was a silly person. The only piece that's not attached fully is like the second half of his tail. So one of my D&D members, we've been joking about wanting to like really mess with Tam in our next campaign. Because in our first campaign we did, I had a character named Kaz. Hey Emily, how are you? And my friend had a character named Cal. So Cal and Kaz. I think his name was actually fully Cal and mine was Kazriel. So it was just, you know, we were joking about for our next campaign that he should have a character named Kaz and I should have a character named Cal. Yeah, that's a big skeletal dragon. Yeah, that guy right there. He's just waiting for me to finish him. Fancy brush I got here. It's my get bent brush! Yeah. You are more than welcome to post a picture. I have no idea. Oh, wow, look at that guy. Oh, wow. So we'll add it back in the shadows very lightly in here. Oh, it's definitely newer, so it definitely has its usefulness there. Aw, all right, Emily. Well, thank you. I do appreciate you coming in, despite the late hour. War of the Dragon Queen? So what I'm essentially doing here is just bringing back in some of the shadows, redefining it anyways with the dark purple. Just to bring back its dimension a little bit. I really don't want to just blanket this guy in a wash. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, dragons seem to love having... They seem to love worms. Like, that's one thing I've kind of come to realize from reading about D&D stuff and whatnot. Like, dragons just like having pet worms. So this is the one thing I really do like about scale, is that I can place it down, and even a few minutes later I can still go back with a little bit of water on my brush and just kind of help feather it in a little bit if I notice that it goes a little bit too harsh. And I've only been able to do that really with scale, because what a lot of people consider, like, I've seen a lot of people complain about it, is like, oh yeah, you can keep... You can reactivate it later. It's like, well, yeah, but that allows you to, like, quickly go through and be like, here where I want my shadows to be. You can quickly go in there and then wash off your brush and come back in and just feather out the lines just a little bit so it becomes a little less harsh. So you can stop having any kind of, like, lines in your paint, or transitions aren't very smooth. What? Yeah, no, it's just... And I can understand if people are stuck in their ways and don't really want to give it a chance and learn it, because it is different. It's a feature, not a problem. Yeah, exactly, to Vision. Brushes are cheating, yes. Brushes are a crutch. Yeah, no, you just... I love the reactivation. It allows for so much. I don't have to, like... My one stroke doesn't have to be perfectly blended right away. I can... Like, what I'm doing here is just, like, go over the entire scale where I want the lines to be. Or where I want some darker color. With your eyelashes or you're cheating. Oh dear, Warboy. And then I can just go back in here and just be like, no, let's just thin that out a little bit. Let's make that a little less prominent. Like, it is the... I've kind of gotten so used to it that going back to a paint that doesn't have that reactivation is challenging. But you have to give it a chance. You have to give it time to learn it. You can't just go into it expecting it to act like all the other paints that you've ever used. Just for goodness sake, don't taste the paint. But how are you guys doing, Warboy and Taviston? How are you guys? Your funeral, Tiny Tusk. Oh my god, does it ever taste terrible? It's harder to use on smaller mini loaves, and there's a specific primer that does not work on. Got your judgment for Sasha in the mail thing. Nice! How does she look? I've seen Rainer work on her. Or not work on her, I've seen it being primed by him at the time. But I've never had a problem, Tiny Tusk, working with scale on tinier models, and haven't had any issues with primer, so I'm either using the right primer just by default, or... Yes, Tiny Tusk, I have used Kickstarter before. I'm not really that great at it, but I know how to find my previous previous backings, so like that's good for me. Oh, staff is a little short. That's strange. Oh yeah, it's looking a lot more pronounced than this side. No. Because when you get to the pledge manager, that's when you get to you basically make your order and you say that much, and then it'll be like then it'll basically like tell you your shipping amount. And it's been all the monies. Oh yeah. before any other type of nerd, I am definitely a an art nerd when it comes down to anything. And yeah, if you're a responsible adult like a redhead, I guess you shouldn't spend all the money. Boost the economy. Adults do that. Yeah, because if you don't spend the money, then they can't spend money to make the things, and then you can't use the thing. You gotta spend the money to make those, get those things, and words. A little bit. You were acting all like, you know, super responsible adult-like, being saying like, don't spend all the money. That sounds responsible. God, redhead, you're growing all up right in front of me. Yeah, invest in the companies you spend money on. It kind of makes sense. Super lasts until death. Oh. Did I get... Have I done 3 rows already? Wow, that's impressive. I am impressed with myself. What, Redhead? I have not seen you purchase... I've technically not seen you purchase anything irresponsible. I need to do more commissions so I can afford the big box. Yes, but did you have another car already that you could use? I remember that Jeep, actually. Yeah, that's true. Thinking about it now, that yeah, that's true. But I haven't seen you, like, take part in the Gundam thing, or, like, you know, the super crazy miniature stuff. So, like, you know, you're responsible, in my mind. Didn't you call that one, like, purple something? I want to say, like, purple haze or something. What is the Gundam thing about? I don't know. Everyone just seems to be building Gundam. I took part. It was fun. I still have mine in pieces, though, because I took it apart for painting and then realized I really don't have that much time to do the painting on him. And also, I don't have the transfer sheets yet from GamerDad, so I'm just kind of holding back from doing Gundam or finishing him up, because once I get those transfers, then I can be like, oh yeah, let's finish this. my god, Tiny Tusk. Oh. Well then. Maybe you're getting 2? You just didn't realize it? What I'm really happy about with the scale artist paints is that they are actually going to have the artist paint names to them. At least I believe so. From the ones I saw. Like, I'm not going to get any, like, this is, like, dragon red or toxic green. It's just like, how about you just give me the color name? Because these names mean nothing to me. Hi, Dave's Mini Art. How are you? Sure. Oh, thank you. It's a struggle to get this camera to recognize purple, so it's a little off, but it's pretty close to being what I'm doing with him. If anything, it's just the only thing it's wrong on the camera right now is it's a little muted. But that's just because this webcam is notoriously known for not doing purples. Models definitely look cool from what I've seen from Ash. But I am still not buying anything really from Kickstarter, miniature related, until I at least get a few of these ones completed. And it's just because the ones that I did back outside of Bones 4 are now like basically a year out of a year delayed. That's just like but there's also a lot that I back that it's just like if and when those ever do arrive, that's gonna be a lot more minis. But with Bones 4 coming out at some point in the nearer future, I just want to make sure I can get through all of these that I currently have. Well, not all of it, because I have far too much to make it so I could do all of them. But alright. That has all like the markings. I'll just get that all like blended in. I really wish that I got the Horizon Zero Dawn ones. Because I really think that painting those guys would be really, really fun. Painting all those robots. If they were done by anyone else, why? What's wrong with that company? Ah, yeah. But the model looks so cool. I don't even know what a game like that would be, though. Like, how do you make a board game out of Horizon Zero Dawn? So I totally forgot to, like, airbrush the inside of his mouth to make it purple. Yeah, I remember hearing about, like, didn't they do, like, a Batman game? How the hell, when did we miss that? Face.
Did we already pass a year and I missed it?
Yeah, we did, apparently. Happy 1 year and a month, Gamer Dad. We've been together for so long. We've been through so much together, my friend. Where are my transfer sheets? How are you doing, Gamer Dad? Guys, honestly, if you don't know Gamer Dad and you haven't given him a follow, you should definitely go and give him a follow because he is an awesome person who is super awesome and friendly and helpful and stuff. Aww, Twitch wife. Yeah. High five. Happy belated anniversary. Yeah. And it's a day after Valentine's Day. How ironic. Well, so this side, and either way, is going to be on the darker purple side, so I may as well just use the darker purple. The sass. I don't mean it to be sassy, I'm sorry. Yay! Hype. Thank you, Gamer Dad. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. Oh, the sass. I know. I'm just naturally sassy. How about that? It just happens. Getting inside the gullet here. So we're gonna make it a little bit pinky. A little bit. Especially just for base layering in here. Such sass. Much wow. Alright, so there we go. His inside of his mouth is a little pinkier. Not as pink as I would like it, so we're just going to throw some more pink in there and basically keep blending it in until we're happy with it. Yeah, this Moor model is really, really cool. Now the question is do I give him a beige belly? Pinkier in there. All right. So now, let's get this tan-ish color mixed up here. Turnus has no house. It's trying to eat the brush. Nom 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 nom. So great coverage with the Pro Acryl, which makes this part super nice. This will be good just to help cover it over. Good that we're going to use this brush because the other one is just bending in a little bit of a funny direction. Makes that a little bit challenging. So we were watching WWE last night. Like the Royal Rumble from, I think it was January. One of the chicks had like super red hair, and it was like she was one of the first ones fighting. I was like, oh my god, that hair! I'm so jealous. But then like they would pull at each other's hair, and that made me sad. That made me cry a little inside. Just leave the hair alone. That's why females fighting is always scary. They always go for the hair. It's just like, no, leave my hair alone. Yeah. Yeah. He was cool. I don't know, it was it was just one of those weird things. It's one of those weird things my husband and I do for Valentine's Day. We beat each other up in the video games of WWE. And like I know a lot of it's predetermined, but that doesn't stop just how crazy, like just being able to do all that lifting and like that was just yeah, no, it just she was really, really cool. And then there's like, I forget what her name is, but she was going up against the boss. She was scary. Like she's a really scary chick, but like it's like super strong. Had like had the belt for something. I don't know. I'm really bad at names, but. Oh my god. It was crazy. The guys ones I just laugh at a lot just because they are ridiculous, but the female ones hurt just because I'm like, oh, I'll just stop pulling the hair. Yeah, Jax, no. Made my neck turn. Ah, oh my god. Bozy, I think it is. Yeah, Ronda Rousey, yeah. I was like, I know it's like her last name sounded like another word, and I'm really bad at names. Yeah, Ronda Rousey. We ended up watching a video of the like top 5 times she's broken somebody's arm. No, never want to do that again. Oh my god, arms should not bend in that direction. Ugh. Or should they? No, redhead. They shouldn't. Or should they? Wild thing. Ooh. Yeah, we've now subscribed to it because it's really fun to watch. I realize, like, it's like a super violent soap opera. Oh, thank you, ruined it. How's Wild Thing doing? Or not even a violent soap opera, but like a man soap opera. Even though women do watch it, myself included. I know, Ash. That was the crazy thing. Like, actually, like, reading up on her actual like, her actual record of being a boss. And yeah, like, I look at some of the things that she does. I was like, yeah, I could see the judo in that. Just got in. I'm munching a sandwich. Yeah, sandwiches. Yeah, just after basically 2 days of headaches, I really didn't feel like looking at something that's like super tiny. So I went to this guy. Oh yeah, no, I could believe that. Especially since, like, that one is very much more based off of a lot more about your actual prowess. I don't think I could ever watch UFC, though. Just because that is... I don't know, like, I can get away with WWE for the fact that, like, a lot of it is an act. Even though they are actually hurting each other, but they're not going after blood. They're pulling some punches, I think. But I don't want to see someone's arm being broken. Like, I really don't want to see that. Yeah. I guess I would have to give it a go. I would have to give it a try to see how it is. It was fun playing the video game for it and just mashing buttons and just, you know, hitting people with tables, walking around, picking up garbage cans, seeing my husband run away, being like, "No, I have a present! Come back! I have a gift for you! Gift to the face!" Yeah, wildly. Rah! Drinking my damn drink. Okay. It's kind of crazy though. Like, this is, I didn't actually realize how matte the Pro Krill will dry, but it actually is pretty matte compared to like Fantasy and Games, which is what I have on as the purples here. And then after we do all this lovely paint job, we get to grunge it up a bit. Skiggy! It's early for you. Hi, man. Afternoon. It's only 3:30. How are you doing, Skiggy? Oh, wow. Well, good morning. Hey, Rob Jedi! How are you? Alright. It sounds good. Oh, more Burger Brush. Oh, Bearcat! Hi! How are you? You should buy some new ones? Yeah! Reduce, reuse, recycle, right? You can do it, Skiggy! I believe in you! Face that day! Start that paint! Do the thing! I don't know, Meerkat, did you see my dragon? Have you seen the dragon bust? Though if I bring him out now, it's gonna like really throw off the coloring. Shoot. Pillow is comfy. How detailed do I want the sheet? I will, 1 second. I do not want to save the color changes. We'll go over here and we'll do this. So this is my normal coloring for the camera just because purples are silly, but we'll just move him over here and we're gonna just reach. Okay. So this is the Durgan bust. We still haven't based him yet, but that's coming. And like the back of his fins are like a darky browny green with purple tips. Just to kind of tie in the tip purples that we have here. Kind of like taking off the coloring of lily pads where they're green at the top and kind of like a purpley brown at the bottom. And tying in the orange up here a little bit too from it also just allows like the shadow, like you're looking at this, but like the dark colors over here are like, it's not green to kind of like distract you. It has this lovely, like nice dark tone behind him, so. Yeah, the cheeks look like eyes. Yeah, these are false eyes. I'm going for about another hour and a bit. But yeah, I'm very, very proud of him. Very proud of my scaling that I did with him. And his actual eyes are the blue, and that's based off of deep sea fish, where they're like they don't really have any pupils, and it's just basically like this foggy blue. So like they have like, he has some like darker tone down there, but it's not really like pure black. And because I think of him as a deep sea dragon, so. Yeah, I agree, Skiggy. But yeah, see now he looks, this guy looks blue because coloring on this guy. The camera does not like purple. It really does not like purple. But that's okay. We'll just stick with it now. Yeah, I'm very pleased with that dragon, and we're going to be like submerging him in a bit of water. Like I have his. Oh. Yeah, and there was no leak through, so we're good and set to settle the resin into here for putting him into like a base of water, so he looks like he's just like sitting in water, just kind of like, yeah. Because I know he's a bust, but I still wanted the bust to make sense. So I did a water test by putting actual water in here, just to see if it would come through, and no. Have I seen your behemoth? I don't think so, Rob Jedi. Yep, out of bed, Skiggy. Face the day. Yeah, I'm tempted to... I think I'm going to be submitting him into Crystal Brush. I told you about Crystal Brush before, Maricat. But... that's very much more like a popularity contest, so... since I'm not known... I wouldn't get anywhere with it, but... it's about time I start getting known. Longer than 2 hours. Yeah, I paint 4 hours every day of the week, so gets through lots of stuff. So what's new with you, Maricat? You said that there was stuff. I want to know what the stuff is. Tell me the stuff. Oh, yes, I did see him. Oh, that skin tone is so nice. Oh. Very nice, Rob Jedi. I love the stop sign. I remember seeing the stop sign on Instagram. Like, that was like really what popped out in my head, and I really like it. Aww. I can love. Love, love, love. Oh, it would just mean one more thing that I would have to get to Chicago. And with those fins, that terrifies me. More than Arcana. Like, Arcana doesn't really have that much other than her arm that I'd be afraid of breaking. That sea dragon would need to be, like, so much wrapped up in, like, bubble wrap. Alright. See you, Skiggy. As long as you're getting up and getting, you know, out and moving. And I'm really impressed with the dragon too, because that was with new paints as well, so I wasn't really sure how to use, like, I was more familiar with scale 75 and none of it is in scale, so I'm very impressed with him. Stay Durgan, or not Durgan, you're not Durgan. Stay worm. Okay. Oh, really? Yeah, I've only had this guy for a few weeks now. But I guess if you took part in Bones 3, you'd have had him for a while. More natural, then I would say like a greeny brown palette. Like look at earthworms. Earthworms and centipedes, I would say. I didn't really get to choose the color on this one since my husband wants a purple worm. He likes purple worms, so he's a purple worm. Even though the camera makes him look a lot more blue now. But that's also America. That's really cool. You don't have to be bashful. No, what's made him shiny is actually just the regular paint. He is slightly shiny from the fantasy and games paint. So yeah, he's just bright and shiny from that. And considering I haven't been painting with much, like a lot of the things I've been doing has been a lot more matte. Makes this stick out a little bit more. Oh, kitty. Oh, hi moose lookalike. It's such a moose lookalike. My munchkins help, yeah. They don't actually care much for my miniatures, which is nice. They care about chewing on my brushes, but that's about it. Not even the bristle part. They don't care about the bristle part. They want to chew like the wooden part. Okay, so just trying to get some lighter coverage with these before I move on to my traditional bone coloring. Just gotta stop spotting. Cause less flicking. Or stomp on the water jar. Yeah, mine like to drink out of the water jar, which makes me just wonder about them sometimes. I'm like, shouldn't you know that this doesn't, that this water isn't that good? It's filled with bad. To put a lid on it, so she stomps on it. Too obsessed about cheats? Aww. Aww, Christy, thank you so much for the follow. You've been having a fantastic day, my friend. Ooh, finished up minis. Oh yes, I saw these guys. I love those. They are so freaking cute. Cute little robots go cute. Yeah. Is a miniature that's coming out soon-ish that I'll probably be dropping everything just to paint it. Yeah, you always want to paint the newest thing on the table. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the creature caster. It looks just all blue. I feel like I should just readjust these back down again. There. That's closer. Hi, Co-Star. How are you? So I'm gonna actually use this model as my test for that, the water resin stuff. Guess I'm not gonna do that on the dragon and then mess up. I kind of want to have something to test that on first. I've definitely seen some really cool results from my friends. Oh, wow. Sounds like a lot of work, that. Sand prime, sand prime, sand prime, cast. I made castings of like, yeah, after you like sand it down so much, I'd be like, okay, yeah, now it's time to. Now just let's cast a few, make a mold. Oh yeah, no, just if you're happy with it, then that's fine. But if you're gonna make like a bunch of them, if you have to sand them and prime them all down continuously, Just making a mold is always good. Which primer am I using for this one? This one is the Vallejo primer. I've been trying to figure out why it was peeling on a few models. So I tried. This one was it, like me just shaking it a whole lot more to mix it up. And it hasn't peeled really on me yet, so. Buying 8 packs then. Now why is that? Is it just cheaper? Yeah, I used it straight out, right straight out into from the airbrush. The first few times that I did it, I think I did add some thinner to it. And I don't know how well I shook it up, but it was causing some peeling. And I wasn't really too happy with that. So that's why I went to this Steintec or Steinel Res. That's the one that I moved to. And that one also is really, really nice. But I have just so much of the Vallejo one that I didn't want to just waste it. But it seems like the shaking up was really good. Because it hasn't peeled. I just had to leave it, like, just don't mix it with anything and make sure it's really shook up. And then of course leave it. Like don't try to do anything with it for like 24 to 48 hours. So I just primed it and like just left it alone for quite a while and it adhered quite nicely. And I just chewed off all my nail polish on that pinky while I was thinking. I'm not good with nail polish. And it ends up being chewed off pretty often. I'm really getting back into Destiny again. Yay! Taco Star! Ah, bad. Bad me. Yeah, I'm very curious. The inside of the mouth did not stay very bright, so we're gonna have to add more pink into it. So what's gotten you back into Destiny, Kosar? I think after the gym this afternoon, I'll be going back and playing more Kingdom Hearts. After hearing a lot of people talk about Kingdom Hearts 3, made me really want to start playing again. It's either that or find a show to watch and continue working on my friend's baby blanket. I only got, in my very dizzy state yesterday, I only got 5 rows done. But it's turning out really nice. I had to backtrack once. Remove half a line of rows. Because I missed a stitch. It wasn't that far in, and I didn't really want to mess up the pattern that much. It's a new pattern for me, so it's like, it takes a little bit more mental effort. Or at least it did until I realized, like, further down the page, they actually have just kind of like the keynote of how to do the pattern. Which I've gotten a lot more used to reading, so I'm just like, I should have just, crochet. I can only do continental knitting, and even then it's still a little bit awkward for me, and I like the holes that you get in crocheting. And whenever one of my friends has a baby, I make them a baby blanket. And each one is a different design that I've done both than prior, and Usually I try to go for some different colors, but you can only go with so many baby colors. I'm on for about 40 more minutes, Maricat. You can go. I don't mind. Get yourself a little less snowed in. Congrats again. Yes! I'm excited. I'm excited to know about the gig. Alright. Thank you! You have a good show. Alright, let's get these. The front of the teeth, at least right now, beiged up. No, let's get the back teeth too, because let's not be sloppy here. Itty bitty little tooth. Alright. But seriously, if you see one of these things popping out of the ground, you're probably dead. I'd be concerned about like the radiation it had been exposed to be able to get this big. Why is it always radiation? Like, does radiation actually cause things to mutate to be this big? I thought it just, you know... Didn't it just give you cancer and... Though I do know that there were irradiated kittens at one point. Which just is saddening. That just hurts. Of course, there's everything in Chernobyl area. Alright, Ash. You have a good night. Burnt sienna umber. Burnt means dark. Umber is still like a gray brown. And sienna, I think, is red. So it's a reddy brownish gray. At least I'm pretty sure sienna is a something redder tone. So a desaturated reddy brown. Alright, still gotta figure out what I want to do with this mouth. Or not his mouth, but his belly. But as we let that kind of cure, I'm gonna take this out. We have a bag of sand. And more sand. Contains all 3 pastel. Oh. So just closing that up briefly. I'm going to bring out this glue. Every girl's dream, a bag of sand. Yeah. So what I'm doing here with this glue is I am going to like smooth it out a little bit here. That's why I have a paintbrush, but I wanted to make sure that it has a ring around it. And then we're going to just make sure that this glue, or like the glue goes right to the edge. But that's what I was meaning, Tiny Desk, with like the actual color names. You can, if you know the terminology, you can learn a lot about what the colors are going to be before seeing it, whereas like names like Dragon Red really doesn't mean much. It's like, well, what kind of red? Are you more orange, or are you going closer to like a dark tone, a light tone? There we go. So we have this, now this rock, which we're gonna have to let dry. Oh, it looks like I missed a bit there, so we're just going to smudge that in. Yeah, so. Latin, I think, actually. Okay, so when that dries, we'll see how well that glue actually is. Because as I was saying, I want to kind of try out that glue or that resin water. So to have him coming out of a swamp, just having a little bit of that. Have him like coming out of this. And clearly that missed that dart, but that's okay. I'll let it dry before I add another layer in, just because I'm sure some of the rest of this whole area will open up, but that will be there. And just to have like a small layer of water that comes around it, and make sure the rocks look watery here as well. but that will allow me to see how that resin works without, you know, hurting my beautiful sea dragon. Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay. So we have a few more minutes together. Alright, and now what I need is Arcana to go and be down there while I look for not tan, not chocolate brown. Oh, walnut. There you are. Thorgan. And I want to paint another dragon. I love painting dragons. I just wish I had a giant body to go with that dragon bust. Can you imagine how that dragon would look with that coloring? Like just this massive... Oh, it'd be so pretty. It paints at the bottom of it, I know, right? That's how I feel about it too. It would just be crazy. So we're doing my typical standard bone spikes with this guy. So we have those. And then from here we're going to be going up into what I have, like another, I think it's called black earth brown. It's nice to go back to a type of paint. Like I do love the Pro Acryl. But it's nice to go back to a paint that I'm really used to using. Like, I would almost feel like the Emperor Dragon could be a water dragon. But he doesn't have fins and he's still very vicious looking. Whereas for some reason when I think of water dragons, I kind of think like the furbolgs of the dragon world, just like, you know, pretty chill. Oh, but I don't have anything plastic to wrap around this guy's base. Although on Sunday, if we have D&D, I'll have to check because then I can get my hot glue gun back. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I just imagine them being a little less in your face aggression. Like I just imagine them just to be a little bit more chill. Doesn't mean that they don't eat like mean or anything. They're just not gonna like stomp over your village and be like, fuck you kind of thing. Just kind of like, yeah, alright, you think you're gonna come into, you know, my sea and plunder my stuff? Well, guess what? You now don't have a ship. Okay, bye. Okay, malicious. Okay, that's the word that I was looking for. Malicious. Unless you ruin their tea party, and then it just... then all bets are off. Because how dare you ruin a dragon's tea party? Okay, thanks, bye! I still think it would be really cool if, like, Ford's deity, like, that giant eye that he sees is actually, like, a giant, it would be cool if it was a giant sea dragon. Like, I know it's not, but it would be cool, like, you know, you see this giant eye. Maybe he'll just have like a... I kind of don't want to just do a black belly. I just don't really know what color of a belly this guy should have. Yes, this is a purple worm. Also, hi Griftrix! This is at my husband / DM's request. He's always loved purple worms. So, oh yeah, like, you know, like, this is your regular character size. And here's this giant worm. Because they're called purple worms. I don't know why. They're just called purple worms. It'd be kind of cool if they're like purple only in certain lighting. Like, they're actually kind of like how blue jay feathers are only blue in light, but they're actually like gray. They're strong, yeah. My husband loves them, and the previous Reaper ones have been about like this big. And when he saw this one, he really wanted it, so. Who am I to deny my husband? Especially since, like, it's the thing that he wanted was a purple worm. Oh, that's cool, Grifftrix. Ooh. Oh, that's really cool. I also just didn't feel like painting something like super tiny today, just with how my head's been the last few days. Oh, oh, that's awesome. But why did you need to make? Why did you need a 5-inch D20? Just for those really important rolls? I'll see you beat to someone the day. Yeah, I know that is true, Tiny Tusk. I hadn't thought about that. Alright. Sadly, almost had enough of this brown to pour it out to do all the teeth. Or teethy bits. Oh my god, I can use my Uhu glue to give him spittle as well. Oh my god, that's like my new favorite thing. This is like, I have this glue that I basically can now just add spittle to mouths. It's fantastic. Alright. The tips of each of those applied. Just using up what I have here. Thank you, Tiny. And just right now, I'm just trying to throw some color onto this belly. I'm not too sure what I want to do with this in the belly, so we're not going to like really be finishing it. I just want to kind of add, well, basically use up the color that I have. Don't take out too much more Bosch just because I really love the color of Bosch brown. This is a different brown, but because we're getting into like, this is technically like in the shadow areas on his stomach anyways, it doesn't really, if we do stick with brown, it still is a viable color for this locale. There we go. Alright. Alright, yeah. I'll definitely take a look at it after stream. There we go. A little bit pinker in the center there. Now we need to find, not Moonray yet. There you are. Oh yeah, no, totally Tiny Tusk. I can save money too. I appreciate being able to save money. I was a little bit too aggressive with the Bosch Brown. And before we apply the starting of the lighter colors, we will be washing this down. And because this is done with scale, it will blur it a little bit more because washes seem to really wake up scale paint. So it'll help like blur that a bit more together. How are you doing, Gamer Dad? How's your evening? It's going well. I'm gonna be here for just a little bit longer. Hopefully get all these teeth covered before I run off to the gym. I'm being so streaky. I don't mean to be. Yeah, no, it's been good here. It's been essentially raining most of the day. My husband stayed home due to like the past few days, the main highway had lots of accidents, and we had a redwood collapse on the road yesterday, which is never a good thing, because that's like a deep-seated root system there. So having one of those collapse onto a car, which then caused a whole giant wreck. But I'm no longer feeling super woozy, so that's good. Did you do anything special yesterday? Nicholas! We did absolutely nothing. Oh yeah. What is this? This is the purple worm called Gormo from Reaper. After my head's been hurting for the past few days, I didn't want to really work on a tiny mini. Purple worm, yeah. Oh, that's nice. It's also going to be a little less crowded, hopefully, and probably a little cheaper. You. Come on, 1 second. You wanting in, baby? Okay, we'll mostly close the door. Yep, that is a kitty. Come on up. Yeah, hi, baby. Yeah, Nicholas, this is my pretty standard go-to painting bone spines. But like teeth and spines is a 3-color combination from scale. Apparently my hand is time for cleaning. No, you're not gonna chew on my brush. I know. All you hear is no, no, no. Hi, sweets. Okay. Ah, hey, Fizz and Skiggy. Welcome back, Skiggy, and hello, Fizz. Yeah, Reaper Bones, yeah. Hi. on my lap. Hi, baby. What's up? No, no, no. No. It's not. It's not shoulder huggy time. Okay, it's shoulder huggy time. Oh no! Come on! Ah! A claw of a dragon? No, I wish. Also another reason to have a bent brush. Don't have to move my hand too much to get at all the angles. No, I didn't. I said no shoulder snuggle time. And then I said, okay, fine, shoulder snuggle time. She's my baby lump, and she knows it. I've learned the art of... Oh, physics! Oh, that's such a great name! Oh, shoulder snuggle time. I've learned the art of painting with cat on shoulder. Here's the thing, is too many cats. Yeah, 40 cats would be a bit too much. Like, I love cats and everything, but I think 40 is a bit much. Oh, are you wanting down now? You had your shoulder snug? Physics. Am I getting any of the Reaper Bones physics? Yes. Nearly all of it. No! I'm still here. Come on, get your other paw on my other arm. There we go. When you deal with when you've spent 6 years having a very clingy cat, you kind of learn how to adapt around it. Welcome back, Maricat. I'm a little bit tied up at the moment. Yeah, cat don't care. Cat wants snugs. Yep. I love the fire giants too. I am super excited for them. Tied up, yeah. My cat likes to snuggle me, and I have to be able to still paint. So bent brushes come super in handy here. I'm afraid where you're going with this, Giggy. When you say it's okay, I'm worried. While moving a child on your lap, wow. Skiggy's a dad, confirmed. Nicholas, you have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you next time. So right now they look like pretty dirty bones, which is fine. We're going to be going over probably on Monday or whenever really I pick back up this guy. Should just finish it on Monday. Make the bone spine, add a bit more of a whiter, it's like a warmer white to the tops of them, just to give them a bit of shape. Skiggles ain't a dad. Oh god! She's a princess. Aww. My cat here is a Polish princess. Does that count? Okay. Yes, yes. I know you want your other leg on my arm. I get it. I get it, cat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I still have to do some painting while I'm snuggling you. I know. Your life has become the ultimate definition of tough. Tough life, kitty. Cats always count, I know. She's my baby. Aww, hello, I'm the Nay Slayer. Hello, Portheus. It's a bent brush. If you do exclamation mark get bent, it'll give you the website about them. They're technically called spotted angler brushes.
Kaboom, baby!
Oh, I'm the Nay Slayer. Thank you so much for that follow. I hope you're having a fantastic day. It allows me to not have to deal with subassembly pretty much. And it also really helps when you have a cat in your arms to be able to get into your paint palette and be able to paint everything else. Just makes my life a little bit easier when my cats decide that it's time for this. So is the you can. I do what I call 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I will apply colors and then wash it down to like kind of like bring in the colors a little bit more and unify it and blend it and then build it back up again. I'm trying to... With rubber bands? Yeah. Athena's not one of those kinds of cats, though. She likes to snuggle. She will play with yarn, but only really if you entice her with it. She's more of a let me snuggle you kind of cat. The paint doesn't really matter with this surface. This is a plastic model. Oh, thank God. Oh, you're such a furnace, Athena. Get going. Oh, she's a furnace. So what I'll be doing here is, like, I'll be painting these two colors on here. So I've already done the dark brown, and I'm painting this lighter brown over top of it. Then I'm going to be doing a wash over top because that kind of reawakens the scale and helps just naturally blend the two layers together. And then after that dries, so next stream we will be doing the lighter tips. But yeah, this is a Bones plastic model. The paint that I use works on metal, on resin, on plastic. So the paint type doesn't really matter per se. Good, Athena vanished, so I can finish this up a little bit quicker, this part. But the wash has to be applied today, because it takes a little bit for a scale to fully cure to a surface. When I say scale, I mean like scale 75 paints, for all of you who might not be aware. And if I leave it and then wash it later, the wash won't mix the two as well. So you want the paint to dry, but don't leave it for a few hours. Because if you want to use a wash on scale paint without it really lifting and moving around the paint a little bit, then you have to wait generally a few hours. How do I control the wearing effect? You would use a sealer if you don't want the colors to wear off. Time and use of the model. I experiment a lot with things. And that's only if you want to apply a wash onto it. Applying other paint, that's fine. But if you're applying an actual, like, designated wash, the things like that you would pick up from Citadel or what have you, that have a little bit more of a medium applied into it. Adding other paints on top of it, that's fine, but... Oh, really? I can bring my Tiamat over. Not a Tiamat. I finished painting him in December? But I've worked a lot with these scale paints. They have been my main paint for about a year now. So you kind of just get a feel for how they work. I've never had luck with Simple Green. Like, I really have not had any luck with it. It's still a challenge for me. And also, if you're worried about overpainting an area, like I tend to find that if the paint starts to start stripping when you're applying it, that's when I would generally say stop painting at that area. Move on to something else. Let that area dry. Well, that takes a lot of paint. But considering the amount that I fiddle with areas, I can believe that being the case in some places. So I just want to touch up on these bigger teeth because the line was a little bit more prominent on these guys. Of course, you want to avoid, when you do bring out the washes, you want to avoid using a natural hairbrush because it will wear your brushes down faster. They essentially work like dye in your hair if you're not taking care of it properly. That dye is going to make your hair brittle. Well, with natural hair and washes. Oh, and a sealed Tupperware. I never thought about sealing it in there. Where Norman is so misunderstood. I know, right? Okay, so we're gonna close this up and find the wash that we want, which I'm thinking of being some Reckland and of course some Agrax. So we're gonna go with a three combo for this one. We're gonna do a Reckland, some Agrax, and a little bit of Fugan. Okay. And an itty bit of water. And we take this brush. I think that was a bit too much water. That's okay. And I'm doing this, and I chose those colors because I wanted it to have a ready base. I like the little bit of Agrax in there, but the Fugen kind of like really cancels it out. And having this readier base, which is already what we were building up on these teeth, and across him will be a good balance to have with the, well, with the purple, because it's like a little bit of orange. Which will bounce off a little bit, just enough. Get rid of these wash splashes. Yeah. This will just help unify these spiny bits. I feel like that one looks like a pumpkin seed, like just the shape of it. Because next time we'll be finishing up these scales, and then, or finishing up the spines, detailing them, and then we're going to be adding some slime effect, just like a little bit of like marshy bogginess to him. Stipple in some of my my moss effect, like lichen and moss, and well, it depends on which airbrush and compressor, because, like, if you're buying a very cheap airbrush, it's better just to save your money and try to buy a better one so that you're not wasting your money in the long run, because a good airbrush is around $50, I think. Well, I'm not the one I don't know much about airbrushes. I just go off of what Rainer told me. Pink is pink and the black is black. Yeah, I don't have the black is black. I should have also ordered that. Okay. Yeah, I went with the Badger Patriot. And I love it. Okay. And we're gonna just throw this onto the bottom of him. And some of this orangey color, just because this is gonna be the part that's coming like right out of the dirt. It's allowed to be a little bit grungier. Rainer is best senpai, yeah. Yeah, he has been so amazing and helpful to me. Like, I don't even understand how he does it sometimes, because I'll just like randomly message him and he'll already have the answer for me like almost right away. So he's like super, super helpful. So like he's definitely the go-to airbrush guy in my mind. Rainer 72? I'm always bad with the numbering that's in his name. He's another streamer. I'm probably going to be raiding into him if he's streaming today. He should be. Generally, my Fridays go into him. Oh, thank you, Physics. That makes me feel good. Thanks. Okay, so got this orange across a lot of his scales, which will definitely provide some interesting color. Kind of just want to like brush the essence of it over onto a few of these other scales. Alright. Alright, Physics. I'll show you Nurgle. Let me just put this guy on his base so that he will dry. I'll show you Nurgle. Since I'm about to leave anyways. This is my big boy. He's a bit green. Let's see if I can bring him down. Oh, that's about right. Yeah, that's about closer to it. Oh, yeah, this is my big boy. Gave him lots of slime, and I'm really actually happy with how this coloring turned out. Like the meat hook intestine. I'm really happy with those coloring. But yeah, this is my guy. And my boy. Alright, guys. Let's see if Rainer is on and available for me to go and throw myself at him. Browse. Show him the Drogo? Okay, the dragon head or my big dragon? Okay, Rainer is on, good. So we will go here, because this is my biggest screen. Physics. I'm more of the dragon person because I love dragons, but like, this is, okay, this one's not really wanting to show up, but we can swap back to the other screen. Like, this is my dragon head. I'm gonna show the other guy, just because he is behind me. But yeah, Durgan head. That is what I do best. Is dragons. But yeah, let us go back to our end screen. And as I show you guys my pajama bottoms, he's right here. This is my guy. Hey, Athena. So, like, I painted the big guy. I painted the big dragon. But yeah, so like, dragons are my thing. He's so cute. Hi, Athena. Athena, I need to. Come on, off. We're gonna just put you back up there, Mr. Mal. I'm sorry, come help. I'm on my way, Jam. Alright, guys, let's go and raid on to Rainer 72. Aww. So if you guys haven't already, thanks, Tam. I'm aware. I'm coming to save you. Don't worry. One moment. I will pay for helps. 1 cent for helps. Alright, guys. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. I love you all so very much. Thank you for hanging out with me while I worked on Gorma. He's looking really fantastic. And yeah, I will be back on Monday to finish him up. So I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, as I said. And yeah, don't forget to be awesome.